Good evening and welcome to the Bellows Falls Village Trustees regular meeting. It's Tuesday, April 13th, 2021, and it's now 6:02. We are down here in the Town Hall Lower Theater. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and/or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting? Do you have anything, Scott?
No.
Okay.
No, nothing.
All right. Public comment on items. Is there any? It doesn't look like there's anybody out there except for. Okay. All right. So, all right. You're also public. Do you have any public comment? Okay. I'm moving on to the manager's report.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I know we've got a presentation from Betsy, so I'll hold off. I know we've got some other things we have to talk about later as well. I think we're going to have an executive session later. Is that correct, Deb?
Yes, we will definitely be having one for labor relations,
Good.
right?
All right, then I'll hold off.
Okay. Okay. All right, then that moves us on to BIFTA, Bellows Falls Downtown Designated Downtown Association. I want to make sure. Is that right? Did I do that right, Betsy? You do it. Tell people what the acronym means, okay?
Hi there. Thank you so much
for stumbling into that.
I'm Betsy Thurston. I'm the Executive Director of the Bellows Falls Downtown Development Alliance.
Thank you.
It is a mouthful. That's why we call ourselves BIFTA. I just wanted to kind of present, I haven't been here maybe, hello. Okay, I'll try again. I'm Betsy Thurston with the Bellows Falls Downtown Development Alliance. Just wanted to kind of give you an update what's been happening since this fall. I joined in August. Yeah, it's been an exciting and crazy year. So I wanted to mention our BF Bucks program was a grant from last fall. It was pretty successful. We were able to support almost every area business that was contacted and responded in favor, with over $100 that many of the businesses spent. Some of them actually collected up to $500. And then there was money that was not spent, and we were able to support the rest of them with $50 to $100 gift certificates, which we gave away on our Facebook page. So it helped promote Bellows Falls and BIFTA and each business even more. Our Shop Local program was pretty successful for the winter that we had, again, with COVID. So $183,000 worth of cards was collected. We gave 56 prizes away, so thank you everyone who donated. Overall, there were 1,824 cards redeemed. So many merchants reported that customers actually said, we're not using the cards this year, but they still were supporting them. So I think there was definitely even more than that spent. Merchants that shared statistics actually were up 25 to 50% in their sales from November and December from the year before. So it kind of helped with the hit in March, April, May, June that many of our businesses felt. So our Light Up BF brought many visitors, even if it was just a drive-through. So I shared some testimonies, but one that resonated with me, this woman in Brattleboro said, we have no reason to come to Bellows Falls, and our whole family got in the car and said, let's go see the lights. So that made me happy. If you haven't seen the marketing videos paid for by our regional marketing grants, please visit our website, bellowsfallsvt.org. And I found other great videos on YouTube, a few just made by local residents and some with drones. Thanks to Alex at Fact TV, there's some amazing footage out there. So slowly since August, I've been accumulating contacts for property owners for our designated downtown and business owner information. And I've been trying to update everyone, BIFTA members and other businesses, about state of Vermont grants, loans, the newest stimulus package. I contacted restaurant owners about the revitalization fund. That's a pretty exciting package for restaurant owners, and the shuttered venue grant that opened April 8th. There was a second round for the sole proprietor stabilization grant. And I've attended webinars, I've shared information. The latest workshop I'm attending is a business resiliency workshop, and it started last Wednesday and it goes through June. And I have shared with everyone that I have contacts for, but if you have not received any information from me, please reach out. That means I don't have your contact info. So it's bifda@saver.net. So BFDDA@saver.net. And then like us on Facebook, please. So a few things that are happening. We have partnered with Robert McBride at RAMP, Deb Collier at the Chamber, and Gary Fox with Development. We've started a welcoming committee, and we're just trying to combine groups, take all of these great people that are working really hard, and maybe we all have the same idea, and try to get on the same page here for marketing and for promotion of Bellows Falls. Looking to the spring, we do have a spruce up campaign tentatively scheduled for May. Our design committee actually meets tomorrow, so we're finalizing some projects. But if you are a business owner that needs help cleaning, fixing, painting, let us help you. So Elijah Zimmer, of course, is on the select board, but reach out to him or email me. And also the Chamber and BIFTA have worked together. We're hosting a sign at the Vermont Country Store. It's just a very small visit downtown Bellows Falls. But we're hoping that other businesses will join us. So right now it's just Halliday's, the Harvest Barn, and the flower shop, Halliday's Flowers and Gifts. But yeah, I think people visiting Vermont Country Store might get more excited about Bellows Falls if we had like 20 of those little signs. So anytime we can get visitors who stop there to venture downtown, will be one more customer who falls in love with Bellows Falls. We're having a Mother's Day promotion. So if you want to vote for your favorite mom, head to Halliday's Flowers and Gifts, Wyndham Antique Center, the Threaded Trunk Boutique, Allen Brothers, or the Village Square Booksellers to grab a form, and your mom will win an awesome gift, actually, a couple of awesome gifts from those businesses. Stay tuned. In August, we're having a Where's Hetty Green promotion, and I'm partnering with the Bellows Falls Historical Society, and hopefully other communities that may have had her either endow their towns, their children left money. She was born in New Bedford, Mass, so I'm reaching out to those communities to see, if we can partner with them. So stay tuned. Also, 2021, we will definitely do another Light Up BF, and we are organizing a parade of lights. We're having a meeting on Thursday. So again, if you're interested in joining us at all, and if you want to be part of that parade of lights, please contact me. My office number is 802-460-2333, and my email, bifda@saver.net. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Just to be sure, does any trustee have any questions for Betsy? Okay, hearing none, we thank you. I appreciate all of your efforts. I know our businesses hopefully will, recoup the benefit of having you digging around and finding them things that can make their businesses successful this year. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the audit presentation. Look to Scott for that.
I'm going to pass out some updated draft information from our auditors here. So it's actually, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think I did that the last time he was passing out paper. There you are. Excuse me.
So as we had discussed at our last budget meeting, and we had especially spent time working on items of concern from the board that related to our water and sewer funds, have been working with the auditors to try and complete some additional work to help give some additional sustenance to our current positions at the end of, June 30th of 20, plus hopefully as we're addressing some of our ongoing concerns about our capital investments and our operating costs and our revenues that we're trying to raise through rates. We're hoping that this will give us a better snapshot of where we are based on some of the large capital projects that we've digested over the past 3 years, which has raised some concerns amongst the board in terms of where we stand with just our general operations of these two funds. So I got these emailed to me. I talked to them again this morning. Unfortunately, Shannon's going to be out this week, so we didn't have a chance to involve her in the conversations, but I did speak with Josh and with the other folks working on our audit. So they did put these, again, these are drafts, so they're not for our annual report or inclusion in our final audit, but we wanted to give you some updates as to some of the items that had raised concerns at our last conversation. And then I think, especially as Jiggs had mentioned, he was concerned about our overall performance based upon how we were being allocated revenue bonds from the bond bank in terms of how that's impacting our performance in the water and sewer fund as well. So
Scott,
this is an update to that. I'm sorry, Deb, go
I
ahead.
need to stop you for a sec.
Yep,
2 people are trying to get in the room. And again,
okay. Trying to get in.
one of them is a reporter. So.
Okay. That's our friend.
Well, I'll say, hit the view where it says view.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so who's still needing to get in? See it? Oh, there you go. Admit.
Yeah, I got it.
And Susan. Yep. And admit. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Everybody's back in.
Okay, so now they're in. Okay, great.
Great, okay. So with that being said, this is an update to some of the information that we had presented last week. So there has been some adjustments based upon conversations that we've had about moving some of our large capital costs through this D22 from process, as well as then accounts receivable, to make sure that they were allocated to the appropriate funds. So there has been some changes. If you look at the final page in the proprietary funds, you can see there have been some changes based upon those adjustments from the due to due froms from the prior year.
Net cash provided. Okay.
Are you looking at statement I, Jiggs, if you look at the last page?
I'm looking at that now.
Okay.
I think what it shows, and I think, again, we're still working out the final numbers, are, as we had looked at the horizon of trying to digest these large capital projects and how that was going to impact our rates and the discussions with the bond bank, I think the board was concerned, are we meeting our targets? Are we falling behind on our targets? It has been, I think, to be fair, a little vague in terms of how we were doing. So the goal here is to make that clear and then to establish going forward how we expect to perform, so the board can make informed decisions on rates, as well as have a conversation. One of the things we talked about at the last meeting, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is to have a follow-up discussion with the bond bank to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of their guidance or other inputs from the bond bank before we make another decision on rates that won't impact any of our local folks until the fall. So there's no immediacy to this in relationship to our having to make a decision based on the current budget tonight. And it will certainly be finalized and updated, and we'll have a full presentation, hopefully at your April meeting, from the representatives from the audit firm. But because of that conversation, I wanted to get something in your hands so that we could go through it and continue the conversations we had started about the performance of these funds.
Okay. Questions?
Well, yeah, looking at the first statement G,
Yes.
due to other funds, the sewer fund shows 963,934.
Well, that's the second page of statement G, yes?
Oh, it says statement G. Oh, it's the second
It's
page.
the second page where it's due to other funds, right?
So it's the. 963,934. Right. I didn't even see the first page here.
Oh, okay, now,
know,
okay,
it's,
give me a sec.
It's a little confusing because it's on the, when we.
It would be in a booklet and it would be
Correct.
flipped page to page, it'd be fine.
Right, so it's a little hard to track as you're doing it, flipping pages.
Right.
Yeah, so we figured you're looking at the second page where it says statement G continued,
Right.
right, okay.
Yes.
And, but so you go from the balance sheet,
Mhm.
oh, wait a minute, you got operating fund. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance because I didn't receive this till almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
So I didn't even have a chance
I
to
see
put
it
an
here, April
an
13th,
explanation
yeah.
memo on there, so I apologize to the board for that. I figured it was more important to get it in your hands and give you a chance to at least go through and again, we'll have this information.
Initially, and this is going to, yeah, impact us later on. We have a couple of months anyway.
Okay, let me see. So
Yeah, September, yeah. Well, we have to set it before then, I think, August. or
Yes,
June.
I think the goal here, like I said, is to do a presentation from our auditors as well as then a presentation from the bond bank, and then have an opportunity for the board sometime in either June or July to have a
Just
full
to set the rate for
conversation about
September, right,
what do we want to
Okay.
do for September rates.
okay.
So we'll have plenty of opportunity to weigh in on that.
okay, so if you look at statement G, there's 2 pages, right?
Mm-hmm,
The first page
Yes,
shows the assets, and the second page is the liabilities.
right,
Okay. And under the water fund, they showed due from other funds of 428,000. Okay.
on the assets on the
That-
first page, right?
That, in my world, is a proxy for cash. Okay? It's the liquidity in the fund.
Mhm. Right.
You notice the sewer fund shows nothing there.
Right,
If you go to the liability side, you say due to other funds. And of course, the water fund has nothing there because it has money coming in from other fund.
Mhm.
But the sewer fund has 963,000.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, that's the number that I've been focusing on for 2.5 years. Okay. And I'm going to have to study these. The presentation is municipal accounting, but
yes.
what's interesting is I think on the statement H,
Right, next page.
you noticed grant down under non-operating grant income.
Mhm.
There was nothing for the sewer fund. There was 302,000 for the
Water fund.
water fund.
Yeah.
If you look at the liability side of Schedule G, okay, this is as of June 30th, 2020.
Right, last year.
Correct.
Mhm.
The non-current portion of long-term debt was 10,000,009 for the water fund, 9,000,004 for the sewer fund,
Mhm.
okay? Now, in our budget that we've got here, if you look at debt service payments that are shown here on our budget, the water fund is showing a debt service payment of about $250,000.
Mhm.
Now, when you've got that kind of debt, that's a big wow to me. How you could only have, if you've got all of these things amortizing.
I think that goes back to that bond bank explanation about the negative interest and some of
Yeah.
that. And that needs to be walked through because it's confusing in order for us to do this here at the table. It really has to
Very,
have.
very confusing. But
Yes.
but what I'm saying is the sewer fund shows 9,000,004 of non-current long-term debt. Their number in the 2022 budget
Mhm.
for debt service is $750,000,
Yeah, how do we go?
which is much more in line with this kind of debt.
Mhm.
Okay, so obviously the water fund is getting significant benefits. You know, when we did these financings,
Mhm.
Oh, that's right.
we obviously went too far, but I mean, that's hindsight. But there was a significant portion of debt forgiveness. And
Yeah.
for some reason, it appears in this time frame that the water fund is getting the benefit of all of that,
Right.
and the
Waste is
sewer
getting
fund
nothing.
is getting nothing.
Mhm.
But going back to the due to, due from on Schedule G, second page, that 963,000.
Mm.
The last time we got a balance sheet from Shannon, I think was December or January,
Mhm.
and we were up to like 1.1 million or something.
Yep,
Now,
that dropped $100,000. Yeah.
to me, that indicates a need for the sewer fund to refinance that
Hmm.
short-term obligation. I mean, it's a short-term obligation. And that's another question that I've got for not so much for the bond bank, but for the auditor.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
mean,
a conversation we need to
Yeah.
have.
I would
because
think
I think
that
there's
the-
also some I think part of the confusion is there's also some bond proceeds that are project related that were not completely expended. So I think that's part of this as well. Because of
Well-
the projects overlap obviously budget year, so there's that portion as well.
Look at statement I,
Okay?
Mhm.
okay?
It's just,
I think it's just one
It's-
page.
It's the
Yeah.
next to last page.
they're not numbered, I apologize. but
And
yeah.
there's two statement Is. Oh, wait, one statement I
The
continued.
front page,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Front page. Okay, you see cash flow from capital and related financings.
Mhm.
Mhm.
This would have been for the year ending June 30th, 2020.
Right, exactly.
Debt proceeds for the water fund were 2.9
Million.
million. Debt proceeds for the sewer fund were 830,000.
Mhm. Yep.
Again, you know, this is just one 12-month period, and this problem goes back, three or 4 years.
Yeah.
But again, one of the things it says to me is that if the sewer fund isn't drawing down long-term debt, it's going to show this big due to, this close to $1 million
Mhm.
that they owe other funds. Okay, so I don't know. It's like the financing is working fine for the water, but there's a
Not
question
for-
on the
Not
sewer
not for
fund.
sewer.
Right.
But I would, again, I would like to propose that, I would love to have a meeting with the auditor, and I think we have to go back probably 3 fiscal years and I need to go back 3 fiscal years and kind of walk this forward.
Well, yep.
Because that's critical for us meeting with the bond bank. We need to know what we're talking about when we're dealing with the bond bank.
Well, you have the audit for the
And-
last 3 years, do you not?
I do have those.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this year's obviously still not complete. The
Not
June 30,
complete.
20.
Right.
You know,
So
these
we're gonna
are,
have
these
three
are
prior
obvious.
years
19,
would have been-
18, 17. yeah.
Yes, they would have been complete, and
I'm sure the bond bank, I mean, it's now April. We're almost to the end of the current fiscal year. We still don't have the audit. That's not a good sign for the bond bank or for anybody, really. So are they close to issuing the audit or?
talking with Josh and the team this morning, they were close. I think that, I'm targeting to have everything done by the 27th when we meet again, so that they can do a full presentation in a public meeting.
Okay.
So that's the goal, to push to that.
And
And
then,
then
I
bond
mean,
bank would follow sometime in May.
yeah,
And then I think we would have a meeting, like I said, with the board again, with this, revisiting for June to talk about September.
Right.
Maybe at the same time, we'd probably be revisiting the performance of our sludge dryer to get a
Yeah.
6-month update on the dryer performance as well. So that'll be a fun with numbers meeting.
the bond bank, the auditors will be back in here to start another audit in June, won't they?
Well,
June,
we have some
July?
single audit that we have to do. We're also going to do some fixed asset adjustments because of the process that we had done with salvage value on fixed assets versus acquisition costs. There's been some questioning of that, so we want to go to the standard. So that's going to require some work. So there is lots to do.
Yeah.
And more to come.
Is there anything further from anyone at this point? We have time. This is our first pass at this. I'm sure there'll be many more conversations about it.
Yeah.
Our next item on the agenda is the Miners Pond Pump House. And I asked to have this on there when 2 managers ago, was it 3 managers ago? 3 managers ago, not including Scott, our current manager, we had to move that pump house off of the pond because they were changing the way it was handled. So we got a promise that would be maintained, so it would for historical purposes. My understanding is that is not the case. There was supposed I don't know if there's any material in here. I didn't notice that, but I did see it on the website, or an email. We had something like that about the bond, about the pump house. And I wanted to see what its current condition is, if anyone's looked at it closely, and number 2, what can be done to keep it in our community instead of having it fall apart. So that was the reason. Did you have any material on that, Scott? I didn't see that.
It's attached in the
We-
back.
is it
Deb,
in the back?
of
Oh, there it is.
of
Yep, right in the
current-
back.
Right, so it's, again, it's back-to-back stuff, so it's a little bit disjointed to follow, but there is some sort of timeline to it. There is a mention in the 2015 Bellows Falls meeting, trustee meeting,
Okay.
about the intake house, that apparently had been moved at that point.
Is that in our package?
It should be in the back, way in the
very
back of your packet. The tail end.
No, I
I had
just
hard
have the,
copies.
You know what? Give them copies, because I believe, how did you get yours? Was
Well,
it
it
in your
wasn't in
packet?
the packet. I double checked at the website and I was able to pull it off the
Okay,
website.
and I have it in the one you gave me this morning,
Right,
but I don't believe
We had
Biggs or
updated
Wade
packets
or
at
Jeff
the-
have a copy.
okay.
I looked at it today anyway.
That's a building itself.
and what's the issue?
The issue is that someone had emailed us about it, about structural problems with it.
Oh.
The roof for one thing, and what did you see when you went to look at it today?
I saw the old gatehouse
Yeah,
sitting on the foundations they put it on when they took it off Miners Pond.
yeah, what shape's it in?
It's basically, I believe that it's in the same shape that when they took it off the water and brought it over there and set it on the stone foundation. Cobblestone, I think it is.
Nothing's really been done to it since it was.
I didn't know. I think they just, when was it, 2015?
20, I think it was, didn't we move it off I thought it was 2012.
It might have, it's been a
Or at
while.
least we were told it was going to be moved off. That was Mr. Cullinan, so that was 3 managers ago.
Does it have a function?
It did have a purpose. It was out on the pond forever. No, it does not. I remember the trustees at the time wanted to make sure that it was maintained for historical purposes. And that our concern is that it will turn into the same thing a lot of our other buildings do, just because it doesn't get any upkeep. It's a building. And I just wondered if anyone is doing anything. I mean, I don't look at it all the time. People who live up there are.
No,
I didn't
Yeah.
know that there was back, whenever this happened, I didn't know there was some talk about, restoring it or
Yeah,
whatever.
because if we weren't going to, then we would have probably deconstructed it like the horse carriage barn that was down at the Waypoint Center. So it was supposed to be maintained. That was the promise to the trustees at the time.
well,
I'm just doing it, basically this
Yeah.
is just a check-in. Where are we now? There is at least one citizen who's concerned about it, who brought this up in the first place. That was March 31st.
well, at the time, after it was removed, there was a fair amount of concern from several citizens in the community to maintain its integrity to the location that it's finally resting at. So then there came from the trustee board, as I recall, verbiage that they would maintain and take care of it to preserve it for historical purposes.
The only thing we can find is,
Yeah.
again, when we went back to look, was that 2015 mention at the
Yeah.
meeting that it had been moved. But I could find no agreement or no other commitment for any
Yeah, the
activity.
conversation, but nothing specific in here.
Correct.
No.
Yeah,
It might have been
just
raised
talk.
even at a joint meeting, that's possible. But I
Right.
couldn't find it in any of those minutes, and there was no agreement to say, yes, we got to do, various preservation activities. There was nothing. So this was the best that I could come up
Yeah.
with.
You're probably right.
I don't recollect anything formal. It's just, I think, actually 3 of them, which I think there were women, came to the meeting and had highlighted or emphasized, they'd like to have had something to do with it before it was moved, so they could make it, decide on what would happen with it. But after it was already moved, the consensus, I believe, that I recall from the board at the time was that although no formal agreement, that would be maintained in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My recollection was that conversation occurred back in 2012, 2013.
Okay, very well.
No, initially, but I do see the minutes here from 2015.
Right,
Because it took 2 years before the pond got moved off of the pond,
yeah,
before it got moved off, the intake house got off the pond.
right.
Um,
And nothing.
And nothing was
since.
formalized.
Right. The last real, there's a mention in the 2016, consumer confidence report
Right.
from the water department, but that was basically it.
My only other thought is, Ray Perry would have been head of the water
At the
department
time.
at the time,
Yep.
so
Mhm.
he may have a little bit more insight on it if he remembers, but.
I think Julie was one of them, one of your neighbors up there that came in and had some input as to what was going to happen to,
I
or
don't
what they'd
think-
like to see happen.
In terms of operations, there's no real programming for
Right.
that building
No.
right now. So it's
No.
really more a question of how much energy or effort do you want to put into preservation?
Well,
It's true.
my thoughts are, fellow board members, that we have this note here from the 28th of March, and I thought when I had read it here somewhere earlier today, and I only got this today because I was checking the agenda compared to the other one, but there was some concern about a roof. My concern is there something that is there leaking or something? Is there something to be a quick fix that's not going to cost that much? I mean,
I'm assuming he hasn't had an official inspection since it came off the pond.
well, I don't know if you need an official inspection, but we do have a roofer that we work pretty well with.
That's-
That
I'm just saying something in the
Yeah.
municipality who would look at over, as opposed to the email.
I'll
we
ask
received
Brian
from
if
the
they can
citizen.
have somebody come and give us a number,
Yeah.
at least
Yeah.
make it watertight and try to keep it from becoming.
Could bring it
more
up in another
damaged.
meeting. I mean,
Right,
the
yeah.
Historical Society might have some concern about it. It's not a very big house.
No.
But again, any preservation of the building would require some cash. I mean, there's just no doubt
Yeah.
about it,
Mhm.
of some kind. We have, and
Right
so,
now, we
yeah,
have programmed nothing
Yeah.
for it. We didn't
Yep.
program anything to
Right.
really maintain it or to restore it.
Yeah.
So I think if we get into restoration, I think you guys, historic preservation restoration is very
Yeah.
expensive.
Oh, yeah.
it'd be worth getting a report from somebody, maybe,
Okay.
Brian or someone who could look at the building more closely, give us some idea of what's going on with it.
And I'm not gonna spend
bring
a
it to
lot of
another
money.
meeting, maybe
I'm not gonna
in
hire
May
an
or something.
engineer and do a building.
Right,
inspection
right,
report
no.
and-
No. But
just-
if someone out there in the public is really interested in this building, it would be nice.
Wants a hobby.
Wants a hobby,
Yeah.
please, like taking care of an old car that doesn't have any wheels, but, but it still has value to, as memorabilia, as a historical item, that sort of thing, it would be worth. And why, I remember one year in annual report, that house turned up on the cover of the annual report. So it has sentimental value to a number of people. If they're interested, please contact us and we'll have something future, perhaps for the May meeting. Just watch the agendas. So that'd be great. Anything further, we can move on to the right. Next item on the agenda is the marijuana article, because now we're at the point where we need to make some decisions. We had the joint board meeting where we had a discussion with the select board. Didn't really know for sure if they planned on doing anything in their March meeting next year. But there wouldn't be any harm if the article turned up on our warning in order to give the public, which is a major part of Rockingham anyway, the option to say yes or no. And I think we already had the conversation about we can't do a local option tax. The town isn't doing a local option tax either.
Right.
If indeed we felt it wouldn't hurt our business base to do something like that. So what is the pleasure of the board? Do we want an article on the ballot asking the public if they do or do not want retail marijuana in Rockingham, in Bellows Falls?
Want me to go first?
Yes, Ed.
So my feeling is no. That's where I'm standing on it. However, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know this completely, but I believe it's been pushed out to 2023.
I think they just moved it out. Yeah. When we
As part
started
of
this
that bill?
conversation, it was 2021, 22, and now it's 2023.
And
Yep.
if I understand it correctly, if we take if the community takes no action and never says boo about it,
Mhm.
then under the way the statute reads, the state will take that as it's okay to do it.
Right, exactly.
Is that,
No,
Am
that's
I reading
not,
that right?
that's not currently
That's what we
correct.
that's what
They're
I'm saying.
discussing
Well,
it in the legislation.
Laura, point of
I'm
order,
sorry.
Laura. Just wait until Wade is done, and then I'll give you an
Okay.
opportunity to speak. Thank you.
so
Okay,
the
all
last thing I read on it was, and again, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying what I read, if I understood it correctly, because it's confusing, is that's if we don't vote, if we don't take any action, and the date comes and goes in 2023, whatever that date is,
Mhm.
that they take that as okay, you can do it.
Yes,
That's what
your-
I know of
That's
it.
your take on it. So another moment, Laura. I want to make sure to check with the rest of the board. How do you feel
Of
about
course.
putting it on the ballot?
I'm really ambivalent. I mean, if people thought it would be useful as a proxy for the deliberations of the select board next year before annual meeting, I wouldn't be opposed. I don't know who would draft it.
Mhm.
Obviously, it'd have to be drafted in a way that
Yeah.
is appropriate.
I
but-
would believe that VLCT probably has some sample language we could utilize, and that would be more refined by the time next year came around, if that's how you feel.
So, yeah, I could go either way. It's
Just
Okay.
as a point to give you some clarity on that, I think most of the ones that I've seen on sample ballots for other jurisdictions that looked at it in their March meetings basically kept to one or two sentences.
Mhm.
You
Shall the
you
voters
shall
of
the
the Village
voters
of
based
Bellows
on
Falls
VSA, I can't remember the section.
opt in on retail?
Approve
or
retail
approve.
cannabis
Mhm.
community, and that was
Yes,
basically it.
yes or no?
Okay.
Right.
That's it. Okay, Stefan, what do you think about it?
Pretty much I'm in line with what Jig's, I mean, let's get a public opinion. It'd be nice to hear what people have to say, give them the opportunity to speak on it. And then the board, select board or whoever at the time, can make a informed decision with what they hear.
I mean, we could not put it on there and then just keep talking to the select board and see what they want to do. All I'm saying is if the village and town don't want that, they have the town, and we can't make that decision.
Right.
It has to be the
Has to be voted
taxpayers.
Right.
So that's according to the state. So it has to be the taxpayers, and if they want to opt out, the only way to do that is to have a vote and say no. Otherwise, whenever that date is, that's what we understand, and we'll let Laura speak in a moment as soon as I talk to Jeff. Clear it up, and of course, that, again, the other thing is that legislation continues to change, and that doesn't mean that this target isn't gonna keep moving. Yes,
Just
before Jeff,
but
yeah.
you raised it originally.
Yeah.
So why wait for the select board next year to do it? Let's take it to the helm now and see where it
Well, I'm
lands.
getting a fence thing from him, from Jiggs, and I'm getting a no from
Right.
Wade. And I'm hearing you saying, yes, sure, why not? But let's see what Jeff says.
I would be in favor of more community, either forums or conversation before. I don't see a reason to have it on the ballot in the immediate,
Okay.
in the next voting cycle.
Okay, so it would look like if we were to take this to a vote right now, the likelihood is that we're gonna say no.
What's your position?
My position is if the voters want to say no, I want them to have that option to say so before it's too late, or yes, whatever it is. We don't know what that'll be. All the concerns about, marijuana use, which of course, this is legalized and it's different. Brattleboro just passed theirs. They're only 20 minutes away from us. They also have a local option tax, but it doesn't mean anyone's moving in. Well, maybe they are right away. Doesn't mean anyone will come here. This is just a preventative before something like this might happen.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it happening, but I'm just saying that I feel more discussion needs to be happening. It doesn't sound like it. The decision does need to be made.
We can still wait on it, and we can talk to the select board as well. That's a concern. So I want you to have an opportunity to complete your thought, Laura, so please.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam President, for interrupting earlier. I actually am wondering if, as you're talking about this, is this to opt in for the village? Is that what you're thinking of putting on the ballot, or more of a kind of a straw poll situation?
yes.
I guess I'm really unclear if like this would be the opt-in vote, or what jurisdiction is it under within Rockingham or Bellows Falls?
Well, we are the heart of Rockingham, so essentially this is the business district of Rockingham. Bellows Falls is. So with the majority of the population, the majority of the voters are here. There isn't, and we are also our own municipality, so we would have that sort of option. I mean, Rockingham could have theirs too, and it could be a totally different vote, but it would have to mean everything outside of Bellows Falls. Now, what I'm saying, this isn't an opt-in or opt-out. It's a matter asking the voters, do they want this? Do they want to see retail marijuana stores in our community? And I don't know if it just means that, or it also includes, that's what I'm not clear about, also farms and stuff, but that's not going to happen in Bellows Falls. That could happen in Greater Rockingham. And if they do or do not, the vote will have to be taken one way or the other. Either it's going to be this year, or it's going to be next year, or it's going to be in 2023, probably March of 2023. It's going to have to be done one way or the other, either by the village or the town or both, asking the voters yes or no. Because otherwise, if they don't say no after the date that passes, that legislature finally settles on, we will not be able to say no to any commercial business for selling marijuana that comes into our community.
Mm.
And I'm as far as the yes or no about it, I don't necessarily see all the opportunities that Brattleboro seem to see in having commercial marijuana. We have, I mean, good God, we already grow our own, apparently. For those that do that, we have that option, and still a ton of conflicts about how this is impacting our community. It's so new. It's really, to me, very premature. But I don't want to lose the option if the community members don't want it, to be able to say no, don't bring it here.
Yeah.
So that was my point.
My question was, is it binding for Bellows Falls then? Do you know
Yes.
that? Okay.
It would be binding for us, but Rockingham can still take a vote for everything outside of the municipality of Bellows Falls. If they wanted to put retail in Saxons River might want to take that issue up. They're a separate municipality, but the Greater Rockingham could have that vote and put it out anywhere outside of our village limits if we said no.
Yeah. Okay. So my thought was, I don't believe the legislation as it stands right now, that it's passed, that there will be an automatic opt-in. That's my understanding. I can certainly look into it and update you on that. And I want to be clear, we'll support, as Greater Falls Connections, we'll support either way. And we want to ensure that our community is designed in a way that supports the healthy development of youth. So we're here to provide support and technical assistance around that. With that said, I would encourage you to think, just consider that the state of Vermont, the Cannabis Control Board hasn't really been formed yet. So we don't know what the regulations at the state will be around advertising and other regulations. So it's difficult for the community to understand, in my opinion, the details of what they would be voting on. And so we'd encourage you to think about whether or not putting it on the ballot as soon as this spring is the most helpful way to ensure that there's community input on this process. And we feel that there's no rush, and we would support information sessions, local cannabis control commission, anything to support kind of the community dialogue around this as we're looking at how we want our community to be designed around this issue.
Okay.
So,
Well, Laura, it looks like after speaking to all the board members here, there is no stomach at this point to put it on the ballot. So it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. I don't even need to take a vote. So thank you for your time and thank you for attending to see what we were planning to do. But it won't be us doing it this year.
well, thank you, regardless of your careful consideration.
Yes.
And all of your service to the community.
Thank you for your input. Appreciate it very much. All right, so
Okay.
thank you, and we will move on to the next item, which is our budget, which I was talked to Kathleen, told me we had to have everything needed to be completed, and she needed to get it by the 16th, even though it has to be there by the printers by the 21st. So here we are.
Let me, there was
Yes.
a couple items I think that you had asked specifically about at our April 8th meeting that I just wanted to give you an update on. The first one was you had asked about the Lower Forest Street project, which was a capital project that had been budgeted for sewer work.
Mhm.
We've had a series of backups in that area, mostly relating to tree roots that have penetrated the clay tile that's there. So what needs to happen there's about 300 feet of old clay tile that needs to be taken out, and then new waste line put in, and at that point then the service line connections to the house will be to various houses there will be hopefully free of roots and floods in basements, which has been a habitual problem in that neighborhood. So looking at that number, it was about 300 feet. It's about $200 per foot for excavation. So that's how we came up with the numbers. That we
Okay,
came up with.
I'm sorry, it's under
Under the sewer plant.
under the sewer. I just wondered where it was
It's
located.
page
Buildings and plants, there it is?
18.
18.
18 of 18.
18 of 18, okay.
It's a $60,000.
Oh, yes,
item.
it's the lower
Yeah.
forest
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's where that estimate.
That's where that number came from.
And that's the specific location where we've had those problems.
Okay. Was there another item as well?
The other item we wanted to talk about briefly, and the chief is here as well, so he can provide some backup, as you had asked about specifically in the police fire building, what project lists we were currently working from. Just a couple of updates to the board. I guess back in, we did I don't have a date on this, I think it's a year and a half ago, we had an auditor come in from Weatherization Works and give us a list of projects that needed to take place that dealt with our boiler, dispatch, some other concerns about we didn't have adequate insulation. So those projects, I guess, were shared with the board. At that time, the board didn't feel like they wanted to schedule that for budget, so we've just sort of done some ad hoc improvements from that list. We have 3 other items that are current, one of them being the doors are starting to rust in and around, I guess, the front door specifically, as well as I think the support areas around the door, and a couple of the window areas are starting to rust too, where we have supports that are holding the glass. So the idea for that is to repair those this summer. There's also some concern about some rust that might be penetrating around the support beams, the I-beam and support, so we're gonna take a look at that as well. The estimates for that, again, depending upon how we decide or when we get the engineers to give us an update as to options, if we can do things with just new casings, replacing the current door frames and doors, and a little bit of, I'm not quite sure what we're gonna have to do with the I-beam supports yet. That's the first priority project for the summer. The chief has been talking about a parking lot project, which would be another project, I guess, when we do have large-scale turnouts for fires. We run into sort of a parking lot jumble. So one of the things we want to do is take a look at, is there an opportunity to put in a new parking area, small parking area, so that we can free up space in the back. A lot of times now when volunteers come, they'll park and mobilize in the back. Then it creates a vehicle jam when you're trying to get vehicles through. It creates sort of an unsafe condition. He's talked about looking at that as an option.
The only space you have available is the southern side
There's
of
a
the building.
grassy area there.
The grass area.
We're going to take a look at that and
Where's the
see.
barbecue?
That's all right.
Stan?
So we don't have a number on that yet. That would be a fall project. Again, as we're doing paving, I told him we'd take a look and see what the numbers look like. That would be something we'd bring back to the board. The third thing is one you've already seen before, and that's the lift in the building. We had applied for the grant. We did not get the grant. We're gonna apply again. If we don't get that, then that would be the priority project that would carry over into the next budget cycle. That one's at least 30,000, and again, that's probably going to be a little bit more because that's a 2-year-old estimate now on that project. And then the final piece is, at some point, there's been conversation about some renovation in the lobby that would make it so that you don't have to, you could go in between the two spaces between the police and fire without having to go back outside and go around, reconfiguring some of the space for dispatch, so there'd be some additional space there. That's a larger project. We have not scoped that out in terms of cost and in terms of benefit. I think that's really just in the conversation stages at this point. That's probably in the 3 to 5 year horizon as we would approach that. So I think those were the primary capital projects that we had on the building, and certainly if there's other things that I'm missing, Chief, there's things that I had missed.
So we have $40,000 in the place in the budget right now
Yes.
to do this work. So instead of the 20,000 we had been scheduling, we're at 40.
Right.
So, and the board's good with that? I mean, that was why I wanted to know what else still needs to be done.
Right. There is
Yes,
some paint
okay.
work and some minor work, but we're going to do that, like trim and soffit work. We're just going to address that through the operating budget. I think those are small numbers. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a capital related cost.
Okay.
It's on our list of stuff to do after we
do.
finish the doors and,
That was one of my questions.
yes. So we're aware. We want to spruce up, but that we can do, I think, with
Yeah.
just our regular maintenance and operating funds.
Okay. And you had something, Wade?
Yeah, I had 3 things, and that was one of them, was the
Okay.
trim, but that's already being dealt with. The second question I had was where they took the chimney down,
Okay.
right? They took the chimney down this
Yeah.
last year.
Mhm.
That's, I don't know, I should know this, but I don't. Has that been, I know that it's down, but was it ever filled in yet? I don't think they've done that yet.
Yes, they
They
did.
did
Oh,
it.
it has been done?
But it was late in the fall, though, if I remember. It was late.
Have they
Can't
put the new
remember.
chimney up?
Yeah.
It's where it's going to be now. I think
Okay.
that's completed.
It's completed,
Yeah.
okay.
So that project's 100% done then?
I believe it's 100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Nice.
did brick it, which is,
Okay. I was wondering where
Yeah.
that was gonna get funded from.
that was.
Part of the
that.
20 grand
Okay.
or 30 grand?
And I'll just throw this out there for food for thought down the road regarding the 3 to 5 year lobby work.
Yes.
One good thing about that would be if that could be rearranged and a door put in so that they can go back and forth easily,
Right.
then potentially, I'm just throwing this out there, right, wrong, or indifferent, potentially in the winter months when it's cold, when the police department, instead of leaving one of their vehicles outside running a lot, which they have to do, they could almost possibly park a cruiser in the fire station during the winter months when it's cold so that they wouldn't have to run as much.
Mhm.
So if they needed to get in them and go, it would already be leaving a warm spot instead of having been out and run. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just throwing it out there that would be another possibility that could have a ripple effect on the
Right,
vehicles.
saving wear and tear and saving gas.
Well,
Sure.
yeah.
And again, the building's not big enough to get all 3 cruisers in there, but you might be able to at least get one.
Mhm.
Well,
And again, I don't mean all the time, but at least during the winter months when it's cold and it's
Right.
0 out all night.
Yeah.
Because they usually, correct me if I'm wrong, chief, but you usually have to leave at least one running, correct?
If it's stormy, certainly we leave one running, and if it's, bitter cold, we will probably leave one
Yeah.
running.
yeah, I know I've raised the subject here before, and I know there's an expense to the capital project, but I looked at the back of the station where you come out of the kitchen of the fire station and the back of the PD, and I talked about it before, and now we're talking about the south parking lot potential, was a sally port. And I thought of 2 purposes. For one, the normal function of the sally port, if you're bringing in, whether it be prisoner transportation or getting a vehicle out of the weather, or 1 or 2 vehicles out of the weather and parking in there. And I know that costs some money, but
Can you
Just-
explain to me what a sally port is? I don't know.
basically you'd have like a little garage there, a secure area.
Oh, with an overhang and
Yeah,
all
it's
that
a-
stuff.
Secure
okay.
area, a lot of times it's used like, Stefan said, for prisoner and officer safety. It's a
Holding.
way to secure people, then when you get them out of a car, they're in a secure area.
Right.
And then they go to a cell or they go somewhere else secure, so.
Or the nights when it's 0 out or a snowstorm, they can pull the cruiser in and they can shut it off.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
have to sit there and run a whole show.
Yeah, I've seen sally ports as large as what could contain, right, fairly
Yeah.
good sized vehicle, and I've seen them a much smaller.
Right.
It just depends on how you want to
I-
design in space.
Kind
Is
of
there a
like,
door at the back to bring a prisoner in?
Oh,
there's a door on the side.
Inside?
Yeah.
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 But it's still, again, as the manager has explained, it's a secure area, basically like
Right.
let's say a 1-car garage that you pull in, the door will come
Yeah.
up,
Mhm.
door will come down, then you can, if you had a prisoner transport and they thought about taking off, they weren't going to go anywhere but inside that garage.
Well, technically, right now, one could run away.
Well, technically, yeah.
I would hope not.
I don't think they'd get far.
Well, what you're saying is they bring them into an enclosed area.
Right, and so
Right.
when they get out of the vehicle, they're trapped, yeah.
Instead of in the parking.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
But the main thought, again, was we're talking, getting them out of the weather. You could probably fit 2 of them on the back side of that. Maybe take up 2 parking spaces, but yet if you're going to increase the parking space on the
Anyway.
south side,
Yeah,
just a thought.
Something to consider when you get to that one.
when you get that far, yeah.
Well, it's a space consideration that when we look at this idea of additional parking, we'll have to take a hard look at a sally port because it impacts just how much
Right.
lane width you have to
Uh-huh.
maneuver. And it's, again, these are considerations, and that's a good one to take into consideration because once we make decisions like that, you've sort of closed off the option. So we'll make sure that we.
The other purpose is, and we've had the issue come up, is if you need to secure a vehicle as evidence, you also have a secure area to do that.
That
Right,
came
where
up
right now
from
they
the
do it at
chief.
the fire station on
Yeah.
occasion.
The chief has raised that issue with me.
Right.
And as part of the design of this parking area, we would look at that as well.
Yeah.
So I think all these things have to be incorporated in that conversation.
Right.
Before we undertook anything of any substantial cost, I think we would come back and sit down and
Yeah.
have this conversation much more directly with the board with real numbers.
Right.
So we're not, guessing. We'll have something that's robust and available for you to consider.
Okay. Are there any other items, Scott, that you have before we?
Yes, again, a holdover from our prior conversation, and I think we had talked about it once, but I did do some updates, so I'll pass this around as well, and I'm glad that the chief is here because he can help me on this, and that was, we had conversations about the vehicles, and specifically, there had been some follow-up conversation about the status of the 2017. So Chief and I spent some time. I wanted to make sure that I had the information correct. So the updates since the last time we spoke, and I think you've seen this in some way, shape, or form in terms of the runtime as well as the mileage. The issue is what other potential problems are there with the 2017? Right now, it is a safe vehicle. It's not necessarily in the best shape in terms of its time of service. But the two things that are important right now is it's out of warranty. So all of its major component warranties have expired. The last item that the chief told me about today that we had replaced under warranty was the manifold. So now anything from a major standpoint, transmissions, engine, any other types of, major components are going to be on the village's dime if anything else fails on that car. We've talked about the heater, so we're aware of that number. The two other numbers that I just wanted to run by to make sure that we were on the same page was on the idea of the cost for the car wiring for the video, and then the mount that's required for the $400 mount for the in-car computer. So those are the two numbers that are also included in the potential cost if we did fit this car out. That's money that we'd be spending this spring because Exxon is due to come back and start installations sometime in early May. So it's in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So as far as other potential problems with that car, just asking the chief, I'm not aware of any other potential problems. So that's something that that we're looking, that we're not aware of at the moment. He doesn't have any warnings or any particular concerns. All the recalls have been satisfied for that car. The other item that we had talked about, and this is something, right now the budget as it's presented does reflect a $30,000 continuing contribution for vehicle replacement. One of the items that we can look at and talk about is a fleet leasing type of arrangement. There are larger departments that do lease vehicles. The chief has some contacts in that world. I have to be honest with you, I've worked in multiple jurisdictions, and everywhere I've worked, they bought the vehicles. I've never dealt with a lease on a fleet from a police fleet, but again, there are some places that do it, so we'll do some investigation. At least give you some options as to whether or not that's a viable thing for a small fleet like us to entertain.
I believe Claremont was doing it.
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
That I'm not aware.
Yeah, I did not check with Claremont.
Yeah.
I've checked around in Vermont. The people I've talked to didn't know of any currently
Right.
that were, and the chief that I spoke with had priced it out for a bit larger department than ours, and he said it didn't make sense for them financially to do
Really?
that.
Now, is Springfield, they leasing any? 'Cause
Don't
at one time I
believe
thought
so.
they had.
They may.
Yep.
But any that I have
Right.
looked into and have asked people about, nobody knew about a lease vehicle. It could be out there, but nobody
Yeah.
knew that there were any.
Yeah.
That I've talked to.
The Scott and
Yes.
Chief, we talked about this a little bit the other last meeting. If you were to buy a new police vehicle now, we talked about it would obviously impact the current budget and probably result in a deficit, which would then be offset by use of capital or our fund balance.
Fund balance, yeah.
I'm assuming you would trade or you would somehow deal with the 2017. You'd trade that in or whatever to.
I would think we would put it on, say, Auctions International, where we did the vehicle last year, and we got about $6,000 out of it. We didn't get quite that because we had to pay some for the auction, but we
Okay.
thought that was quite
So
a,
that would be the way you would dispose of the.
Right, and we
That's-
did not factor
yes.
that into this.
Okay, so
So-
what would be what could you buy a new vehicle for today?
about 34,000,
Okay.
34?
That's about-
yes.
That's the bid price for the base vehicle, and then from there, we'd salvage what we could off of this 2017, but there'd be some additional cost to bring it up to full capacity.
That's the current, that's, when you say bid price, you mean the state bid
We
I-
use that as a
as a guide? or-
That's our base number,
Placeholder.
and then some jurisdictions, surprisingly, some dealers will actually underbid the
Underbid
bid
that,
price.
yeah.
And so Chief's been able to find prices a little bit less than that,
A little bit less than the state bid.
in the 33s as opposed to the 34. So again, and I think, I don't know why they do that, because everywhere else I've ever been, the state bid price is the state bid price and everybody salutes it. But apparently Vermont is unique, and
Yeah,
so you can.
special.
Special?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go with special.
Yeah.
We like dickering, yeah.
That's what I think we should do.
What's that? Buy it this year?
Yeah,
In this budget?
do it now,
Uh-uh.
do it now, and
I think doing it from the, using the fund balance makes sense. It doesn't hit the taxpayer. We have the ability to do that. Maybe we shouldn't always buy Fords, just saying.
That gets to be a little tricky only from the standpoint of, and maybe the chief can give you an answer better on that, because there is police packages that they put together.
Yeah.
And it
That's true.
gets a little bit of a, your insurance company will come and call you and talk to you if you're outside of the norm,
Mhm.
because they don't like that if you're doing things that they don't.
think of
understand.
Southwest Airlines,
So.
What about?
737s.
There are a few other options than Ford's.
Yes.
But one thing, we have a dealer a mile away. So if we have warranty work,
Yeah.
if we have, there are other good vehicles out there, but that is, we can drive it down there and be back in town in 10 minutes. If we went for a Dodge, it would be Brattleboro, it would be Springfield, a GM product. It would be probably the same distance, Brattleboro.
Okay, so let me ask then, if we make this expenditure out of our fund balance, are we still going to be, or is it the will of the board to still commit roughly over a penny and a quarter for the
Yeah,
30,000 each year?
Yeah, because I think we've got to get onto a schedule where we know every other year we're going to replace one of these puppies, and
Yeah,
Well, if
Yeah.
you're gonna do it every couple of years, we don't need to put in the whole 30,000.
right.
Could be 15.
well, I picked 30,000 based on, I think somebody put 55,000
55,
down.
yeah.
Yes,
we
that was the
did.
original number
as a-
we had,
as a
55
full-
grand, yeah.
Full cost, so
Right.
I'm not wedded to the
Okay, so
30,000.
so
I
if it was
just,
15, we did it if we did it for a couple of
I
years,
think
we have
15 would
money we
be,
needed.
Yeah.
15 would be light. I think it would be.
Yeah.
You think? No.
Yeah.
I'm just, again, I'm concerned
Yeah.
about where we can save the taxpayer.
Right.
You know,
I-
I mean, if
I
you
would-
like to scream at you,
I
I'm
could
fine.
see cutting it to 25, but I don't think.
I talked to a police chief just yesterday who has a capital plan like we're talking about for their cruisers. And I don't know what they put away, but the bottom line is what he said was that every cycle when they need to get a cruiser, because of the plan and they've stuck with it, they can just buy it outright. There's no, the money's there, the pot of money's there, and when it rolls over, then.
Oh, no, I get
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
how deep are the pockets of that community? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I know that there are more people moving in here, picking up our houses on the cheap. We're paying over market value on our houses, so there'll be people putting tax dollars in, which is great for the grand list. But we still have a lot of in-place people who have to pay their taxes. And I have to give that consideration every time I think about buying a new toy.
I think we all do. I know I do.
Yeah.
I've been
So
pretty
that's not concerned
conservative,
of
but
putting a penny's worth of taxes, which is
I
28,000.
mean, we did hear about a large increase in the grand list, but when we look at just what the town did for the tax rate, did you see much of a?
I don't see much of a change in the grand list
Right.
here.
No, not significant.
No.
If it went up a
Pennies,
couple
I mean.
$100,000,
Right,
I'd be happy,
right.
but
Yeah.
that's not what I'm seeing here.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Maybe next year, but I could see going to 25, but I mean, realistically, to outfit these vehicles,
Mhm.
35,000 for a replacement is not the right number. And by accruing 25, that you're sort of targeting a $50,000 replacement number.
And there's gonna come a time that the swapping out the equipment's gonna need to be replaced as well, so. It's not just
I think the
vehicle.
cages and some of these things can last. I think some of the other electronics
Have-
and some of
yeah,
the
have to
other
be
things
upgraded, yeah.
are not as robust.
Right.
And I think he's got racks for shotguns. And, I mean, you probably have a list of things. that
Yes, there's a number of things.
Right.
Some of it you can
Right.
interchange with
Mhm.
from this car to a new car, but there are some things you can't, and you're
Yeah.
gonna have to redo.
Maybe
Yep.
if they found a leftover 2019 or 2020 or something, but I think that for 21, there's some changes.
Yes, and,
Yeah,
and
the
I've heard
concern-
that the
right.
newer models are configured differently that will actually be a better vehicle,
Yeah.
maintenance wise.
So, going back to that,
Do you need a motion to?
we would, yes,
to-
we would
to
need
do
a,
the-
we need a motion, yes, so go ahead. James.
I make a motion that we
You can still-
instruct the
Yeah.
manager to proceed with purchasing a new police vehicle and selling the 2017 model.
Okay, that's separate from the budget, and,
That's-
and
yeah.
you want to include the piece about taking the balance out of fund balance, because we will have, I don't know if we have any money available according to this, nothing, to buy
It
a
would
car
just
this
be,
year.
it
would
would
be
be
all
just
fund balance.
charged, it would be just charged right to the police department in the current budget.
Right.
And it'll be an item that says 0 has been budgeted, and we'll have an
30-something thousand
expense.
will be
Yeah,
Well,
to the negative.
yeah, it'll be more than 30,000. The
Yeah.
33 to 34,000 is for the base car.
Right.
and
We,
then
we,
you
know-
have
we
this-
do realize
then
it's
you
gonna
will
go
have
up from there, right?
So-
I didn't
But at
want
least that will get us to buy it, get it
and then
delivered,
hopefully we'll
and
get
then
6 or 7,000 to
Against it.
revenue that'll
We'll have
help.
some
Okay.
offset from the auction. We'll
So
also have
that's
some
the
offset
way
from
it'll
the-
appear.
So
It'll
there's your
appear-
motion, we need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion.
Yeah, if we're gonna do that, are we going to get that allotment each year under a penny? You're talking 25,000?
We have, that's a separate
That's a
motion.
separate thing.
No, I
motion.
realize it's the second motion, but I'm saying, is that something that you're willing to do?
Yes.
My support for this motion? Well, it's a two-way street, it's give and take.
Give and take,
And it's
that's
under a penny.
I'm just doing what my
Just under.
conscience dictates here.
Further discussion from anyone on this particular motion?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do this, but I'll throw a stone in here. You look at this paper, the second paragraph up at the bottom,
Yep.
I like it better than spending money over there at this point in time.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Did I
yeah,
do
that's
wrong?
fine with me. I wouldn't buy anything from them.
Well, I didn't say that, I just said I wouldn't spend any money there at this time.
Okay, anything further? Jeff, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Wade, okay. All right, so do you have the motion in mind? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye. Okay, you have that.
congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations, you have yourselves a new baby. Yeah.
We also we gave the manager a hard time, well, I did, the other night.
No.
I don't consider that a hard time.
Well, maybe that's
This
a
is
little bit.
usual time.
I think it was
I'm-
a question, a vigorous question.
But I commented on the
Oh,
the
maintenance.
the vehicle management,
Mhm.
Yes.
the management of the
That's
vehicles.
still a
in terms
concern.
of, everybody likes the new toy
Shiny
type of
toy.
thing. And I think, Chief, we're looking for you to really manage the utilization of these to maximize their useful life. So it's,
And that, I
Yeah.
agree, and that should include the cleanliness of them on the inside.
Oh, hell yeah. Actually, I'm shocked to see, I'm shocked to see that the 2016 has less mileage on it than the 2017 by about 20,000 miles, and 1,000 less runtime hours. And I'm even more shocked to find that the newest baby in their fleet is 2019. It only has 2,700 miles.
2,700
sorry,
hours.
2,700 running hours
Mm.
and 21,881
that's
miles.
a good thing.
Yeah, it is. I'm
It's a good
actually
thing.
shocked to see it's that low.
But remember, we bought it, Stefan explained that, we kind of bought a
leftover, I
19, right when the 20s were coming
Right.
out.
Oh, that's
So-
why,
yeah.
I think
okay.
you bought a build out, right? It
Right.
was
Yeah.
basically a leftover.
So
So we won't see this new vehicle for months, right? Because you have to order them.
You do have to order them, and I was first given a date of maybe 2 to 3 weeks at the earliest. I've then been told 8 to 12 weeks after I spoke to somebody about it. And
Right,
then
that makes
there's-
more sense to me,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yes,
I'll-
so,
Okay.
Not, I think mentioning, I think it was MHQ or Adamson may have some in stock.
I've spoke to Adamson's,
Yep.
and they didn't have any in stock, but they were a ways out for outfitting as well, so.
Yeah,
Okay, so we need the second motion, Jakes, would you like to make that one as well?
What's that?
Second motion on what we put in the budget for police vehicles
I can do it.
Oh.
You
for
can do it.
2022, or somebody else can make
Sure.
it?
I think I would make the motion that we, in the budget, the revised budget that we received,
Well,
No,
I
it's
thought we had
25.
25.
it's set up at 30,000. I would
Correct.
move that we change that to 25.
Okay, so I need a second for
I'll
that.
second that.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion. Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. All right, motion passes. I just wanted to make it clear, I'm not an advocate of putting extra money into the budget. Even though we're gonna get a brand new vehicle, and of course, another board in another year might say they're not gonna put another $25,000 in there, and
They
that's
might.
what sits. So, okay, so that's what we're doing. For further discussion on the budget items, because we should pass the budget tonight unless
Yes.
we have a severe reason why not. Otherwise, we have to have another meeting, just saying. It's not a threat, but we'd have to. We'd have to do one on Thursday.
I move that we pass it. No.
Can I just say,
Based upon that,
What-
yeah.
so what it'll do now, you've changed the amount raised by taxes
Oh, yep.
from 1,623,500 to 1,618,500.
Mhm.
And then there's one other item in here that had been requested and that we will talk about that impacts our police employee
Yeah.
compensation. And I think that perhaps since we're involved in an active conversation, maybe we should do an executive session and then come
Yeah.
back out
Right.
and then
Yeah.
finalize that number based on the
Yeah.
outcome of that
Yeah.
conversation.
Exactly,
Is that
yes.
fair?
I think so.
I think that makes sense.
All right, because otherwise I think we're a little premature.
Mhm.
Right,
to
so,
do that.
so
Okay,
how do
very
we
good.
pass a budget?
Well,
Well, we'll have
We
to do
go
it
into an
after the
executive
executive
session.
session.
After the
Correct,
executive
we'll come
session.
back out and do it.
That would make sense.
I do have one other thing on
Yes,
the
go
budget,
ahead.
if you're done.
No, I believe that unless anyone else has anything different, no, we're good. Go ahead.
I just don't want to overlook, and maybe we're good, but I know a while back, there was discussion about having, when the need arised on occasion for department heads to use Gary to help with grants.
Oh, yes, go ahead and speak about that. Mm-hmm,
And again, granted, most of the time that's not an issue, but on the rare occasion when they need, we were talking about it would be okay to be billed for that, I
back
guess.
charge?
Way of putting it. Do we need to make
No, that was a
anything in here for that, or are we?
discussion, but we don't have money in there, and
No,
myself.
that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah,
Should we?
no, and I can say I don't agree with it. He works for the entire town of Rockingham. That happens to include Bellows Falls. As far as I'm concerned, any development of the town of Rockingham will impact, or done for the village of Bellows Falls, will impact the entire town. So building up the business district of Bellows Falls will also help the town of Rockingham. I don't believe we should be charged for that.
We do wade in the professional services account. There's
There's a line.
There's one line that's not the lawyer.
It's other,
There's a couple thousand
Yeah.
budgeted there. I think in the water and sewer budgets, there
some
are
there too.
money under
Right.
professional services.
I use it for
that aren't-
engineers.
That aren't
Yep.
earmarked. So I think if there was a situation that
Right.
came up that was specific to, say, the police department or the
department.
water department or something like that,
Mhm.
we could, I think we could
We could
certainly
cover it.
manage it with this
Yeah.
budget.
I just want to make sure. 'cause
although again, I disagree.
Well, I do
With being
too,
back charged
basically.
by the development
I think it should.
Right, but I
think-
just wanted to make sure that if we needed to pay for 3 hours of
We have,
consultation to help a department get a grant for X amount of dollars, that
yeah,
You don't want to be,
we don't want to,
you don't want to miss out on that.
Exactly.
No.
anything further on this or anything else on the budget? Again, we're going to come out of executive session and decide on the budget at that, make the motion about the budget on that time. Before we move on, I see we're at the last, that was the last agenda item. There is a piece of paper in our packet concerning the USDA CF Fire Department Equipment Grant. We don't have that on our agenda,
It's just for your information.
but it says there's a need to make a motion, or is it just, that was just the town?
It was done by the town, and
Awesome,
you're
okay.
good to go, so it was just more for informational
It
purposes.
wasn't-
This is one of those
Okay, it
no.
wasn't us.
multi-jurisdictional, everybody's in the pool kind of
Appreciate that.
applications.
And I appreciate that, but because of the way it came, way I
Yes, I
saw
know.
it, I
It's a
didn't
little,
know if we had to
confusing.
vote on making a $5,000 matching fund. That's the town.
No.
Okay. All right, that's fine, that's clear then. All right, moving on to the agenda review, agenda items for the next meeting, which is April 27th. We'll have,
The
Hopefully
auditors
the
is
audit.
the
don't we
one
have to
item.
sign the, at what point do we have to sign the warning? I don't even know that.
We need, based on the
Hey, Kathleen.
schedule that I was given Kathleen, the 30 to 40 days, Friday the 16th would be the earliest.
Right,
And then ballots have to go out by the 26th,
right,
the sample ballots.
okay, but when do we're supposed to sign the warning? What date is that? If we approve the budget tonight,
Well,
we're
it
done
goes
with
into
that.
it would have to probably be the 16th or,
I think, right.
so we'll have to come in here and
Okay,
sign.
so, well, I mean, Scott can talk to Kathleen and
Yes.
find out if we need to come in and sign
Right.
the warning, we can do that and take care of it.
Yep.
Okay. That's just my concern, just making sure we cover all of our bases and everything's legal.
The warning, it sounds like it's going to be fairly simple, though. It's the,
Yeah,
the,
Fairly simple, there's nothing extra on it.
we don't have any articles and we
No,
don't,
it's amount raised by taxes.
No.
it's just the.
It's just the
yeah,
normal stuff.
So it's,
Right.
Oh, Kathleen just came in on the chat, but I can't read it, so darn it, just flipped out. She just said something. I'll have to look at it.
She's probably screaming.
Yeah, check the chat, because
Can't
we
she-
just bringing up the
Did
subject
she
and
talk
she.
to us?
there's
No,
something
she just
about
got it, she put it in
the,
the chat, so. What does it say?
I can tell you what I said.
The last
Last day to post the warning is the 16th. Okay, that was it. All right, that's good. Thank you, Kathleen.
Yep.
All right.
so you'll have to let us know and we'll,
Yeah.
'cause it's the 13th.
Subjects for the agenda, I would like us to maybe do a review of what it's gonna look like, because we had complaints about the sound system and people's ability to participate in in an annual meeting for the select board. For the town side, I wanna make sure that the village doesn't have the same kerfluffle, or whatever you wanna call it, that we are good. So that should be probably a discussion, make sure that we've got all our points covered. Because again, doing it that way this year was the first, like really the first time. So having to do it again, hopefully we can work out the bugs.
I think we learned a little bit.
Need to learn a little bit.
Yes.
Sometimes our IT isn't what it needs to be. Microphones are always a problem. People speaking, no one remembers that you have to use a mic even if you don't want to, because otherwise Fact TV doesn't record it appropriately. And that also is concerned on Zoom, whether people are actually being counted appropriately. That's like, this is all new to us, new to everybody in the state. As far as municipalities are concerned. So we are working on that. Oh, we have, yep. I know I didn't sign one of them. So that was an item I'd like to see on the agenda. If you think of anything else, let me know.
well, the audit, you know,
Yep.
we
The
mentioned the
audit,
audit.
definitely.
Now, what did Scott say about the dryer? Is that next meeting? the
No,
27th?
that'll be June, because the next
Okay.
check-in for that, for
Okay.
production and follow-up is June.
Okay,
Okay,
So the idea is auditors, then bond bank presentation and discussion, and then June would be
Mhm.
the follow-up conversation about the rates for the fall, and also then the update on the dryer.
okay. You said something to me today about an informational meeting, but I don't believe we're going to need one prior to the annual meeting. If we have to already have the ballots will be printed by the 21st. There won't be time for people to have an informational meeting where they might actually change the budget
Right.
at this point. So it'll just be a conversation about items that they want us to discuss before, for the public to see and hear before they actually go to Australian ballot. So-
Basically, right.
Yeah,
There's
so-
no floor vote or any.
So our meeting will
amending.
be May 17th,
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, right, voting on the 8th.
and voting on the 18th, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, just making sure people are clear on that process this time. In the future, I would like to see us have an informational meeting prior to having to go to print, so people could actually change the budget number if they wanted to. But that would be looking at whether we want to have that meeting and the annual meeting and Australian ballot.
Mhm.
Because the village has voted to do this every year, not just during the pandemic, so.
Did you want to talk about the village report as well in
Um,
this section, or no?
No,
Okay.
I have to get my annual thing in. I told Kathleen I'd get it in this week.
Okay.
Because of that. So should I just send this stuff to you?
Yes,
And, okay,
that'd be great.
and I can make mention, review, excuse me, review.
I have one.
Yes, go
Are you
ahead.
still on next agenda
Yeah,
items?
Yeah,
I'd like to add, to have just a brief discussion on maintenance of fire hydrants.
Yeah.
I can fill you in more at the next meeting.
okay, yeah. That sounds fine. I mean, I know backflushing has it started already? Started already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the village meeting's at 7 o'clock on the 17th.
17th, right, correct.
7?
7.
7.
Yep. Anything further on the next meeting? Hearing nothing. And of course, the joint board meeting is not until June. So we have time for that, and there'll be plenty of things to go on that, like the bridge and all that stuff will be on there.
Yeah.
Discussions, things like that. Something, I can't remember. Something's bugging me. I just can't remember what it is. I guess I'll remember later. Review orders, bills, and warrants. I don't know if anyone has.
Motion to approve orders, bills,
missed
and
one.
warrants.
Need a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion on these? I'll move these around. All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, great. And none opposed. I'll pass this along. We'll go that way and we'll come back. And yeah, I missed last week. Okay. 13, 20, 21. I date mine just because I want to remember when I signed it. All right, moving on to other business.
No,
No?
nothing. Mm-mm.
Wait,
I'd just like to thank the Bellows Falls Fire Department folks who came to Rockingham the other night to assist us with a fire. Wasn't too bad a fire, but certainly their help was gladly taken. So it was Sunday night, so thank them for that. That's all I
Okay.
got.
I'm good.
okay.
I'm good.
The only thing I would like to say, it's getting to be warmer weather, but we still have to keep our masks on, whether you get your shots or not. And when you get your shots, just wear a lighter mask. I'm sorry, it has to be a fashion statement that you have to still wear these things. But it is where we are, and we're doing what we can to support each other. Let me see. We will have action to take after coming out of the executive session. We'll go back this way, and if you'll be so kind, it's the one for labor.
Okay, who
Union.
are we inviting into the?
And we're inviting
Please.
Okay,
Bemis,
yep.
and Ray's going to be available by call, right? So
Correct.
also the attorney.
Okay, are we all set?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move that we enter into an executive session where premature general knowledge may clearly place the municipality at a substantial disadvantage, and to invite into that executive session the police chief, David Bemis, the municipal manager for Bellows Falls, Scott Pickup, and to discuss labor relations agreements and employees, and to also invite the attorney in per, I believe we are at section 313A1 of the Vermont statutes, 1 VSA 313A1.
Okay. Need a second? Okay, and it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we need to do the second motion now, I think?
Okay, I move that the board enter into an executive session for labor relations and agreements with employees, and again, to invite the municipal manager, the police chief, and the attorney under provisions of Title I, Section 313, 1A of the Vermont statutes.
Need a second? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are in executive session. There will be action taken when we come out. We'll let you back into the room when that happens. Thank you.
Let me check this stuff.
Okay. Right. Good evening, we're back. Can you hear us, Kathleen? She's still there, I think so.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, it's 8:33, I think, that's correct, 8:33, and we're back out of executive session, and I need a motion.
I'll make the motion that the
got
Board of Trustees
You
of
got it,
the Village
okay.
of Bellows Falls establish the budget at $1,618,000.
We can't hear him.
Oh,
To be raised.
sorry, try again.
Yep.
He has to reread it.
I'll make the motion that the Bellows
Thanks.
Falls Board of Trustees set the budget to be raised for taxes in the amount of $1,618,500.
Great. Need a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Wade seconding. Any further discussion on the budget? All right, yes, go ahead.
Here's the question, Scott. If you look,
Yes, Chief.
the 1,618,000 is the total of our expenses. Okay?
No, it's not. It's the amount to be raised by taxes, isn't it?
Well, if you look on the first page of the budget that we had tonight,
Yep,
okay, it says current taxes received for 2020 is $1,593,500. Because there's other items of revenue.
oh, that's the 2022 budget, yeah.
That's the one we're dealing with.
Right, yeah,
So,
exactly.
so
We
the,
added the
Yeah, yeah.
30,000, which would have been the new.
We added
the recurring
30,000.
Vehicle expense, well, 25,000, my bad.
Okay, 25,000,
Which,
yeah.
which creates
that-
then the new number, Jigs, of the 1,618,000.
so that's, you add the 30 to that 1 million.
I keep saying 30, we changed it to
25.
25. So that's, I know,
Yep.
I've done it
Okay.
3 times myself, so I.
Good.
So that would come to what we.
That comes to it. Yep,
To
okay.
1,618,500.
Yes. I'm
Okay.
confused, I'm sorry, but that's.
Okay.
We don't have the exact tax rate, but it's going to be slightly lower than 0.6096.
I will do the calculation and recirculate that, but it will be slightly lower because we changed it by $5,000.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Thank you, Dick, for clearing that up. All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have passed the budget. Yay, okay. Let's see, being nothing further,
I move to adjourn.
all right,
Seconded.
okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you for hanging on and good night.